Well, hello there. Let's make sure everything is happy. That's good. This appears to be okay. This appears to be okay. I think we're good. Let's get that out of here. And get some of that going. Alright. So. Where were we? We need to make dragging and dropping a thing for rooms and also for the tiles. And we also need to fix that performance, or at least try to. So right meow. We've already done rooms. Perfect. Love it. We need to do, or not rooms, tiles, connection tiles. Let's get that. And I think we even, if we're not, okay. So we need to get that to be something good. But we've got that wired up. I forgot we did that. Excellent. We're ahead of where I thought I was. I'm happy with that. We need to make dragging and dropping for rooms a thing. But we also need to get that get that over here. I think we're done in there for now. We need to get that drag preview to be something better. I think we're done with that. Should be done there. And so we had room tile. No. Yeah, we did accept draggable on these guys. So we'll need to do the same thing on the room eventually. Okay. So. What was the name of that thing? It's going to be in our template bar where it lives. Where do you live? Template bar right here. I think it came from connection template, right? The form specifically? Draggable, yes. Feedback. That's what you're called. We need a feedback widget. Let's see, that is no. Doesn't say anything in particular about all right, so we just got to figure out. It doesn't say anything about like restrictions or anything, so we'll just have to figure it out. We'll need to figure out what we want it to look like. We could just use like an icon. That could be a thing. So we could like swap this for like kind of thing. Yeah. Need more coffee. Is there like a... What could we use for you? Let's open up we could do like I don't think I like any of these for that. Could do... That's not a bad one we could use. If we have it, we do. Let's use the outlined one. Just see how it looks, right? See if we want to go down the route of using an icon. Kind of small. I would like... There was a... offset or something, maybe, I thought. Could be wrong. Offset. Feedback offset. Which is a... offset. From direction. Oop. Direction is in radians clockwise from the positive x-axis. Distance can be omitted to create a unit vector. Okay, just for curiosity's sake. And if we did a negative one? How about 10 to make it more visible? Not... I think we might need a distance. I feel like that's in pretty much the same spot. It did say degrees in radians, so let's give it more. Yeah, same spot. Could be a hot load issue. Let's find out. Yeah, it's in the same place. Okay, so I'm not using it correctly, or I don't understand it correctly. Or both, you know, could be both. I'm not sure I want to do an icon, though. Hmm. I could do... What if I gave you... Not that. What if I recursively said... Just for funsies. I think this is going to be wrong and huge. But just like exploring, right? Yeah. It's all broken. And huge. Could build a widget for it. Might just go with... Is there like a... It's not like an icon large. We could do... a sized box. What were you? You were, let's do this one. We did that. That doesn't seem much, much different, really. Make big. You're not... The icon isn't expanding to fill it. Which wouldn't be the end of the world, but, do I want to do that? Do I want to, or kind of do, flexible? Wrong parent type? Yeah. That. And then I think this is gonna freak it out because there's nothing, I suspect there's nothing imposing a size on it other than that box, and I don't know. Huh. None of that has changed my icon size. Interesting. Was there a property? There is a size. Okay. What if I did that and then I got rid of this? For funsies. For science, right? That ain't terrible. I would want the origin to be like at the bottom right instead of the top left. That wouldn't be bad. Could certainly do. Where would I change that? I would need to go oops. Change origin of drag feedback. Let's see. Oh, there's a transform. That would make it bigger. I don't necessarily want to do that, I don't think. Is there... Where's this offset? Tell me more. dx value represents the replacement along the x-axis, dy. Okay. So... that's different from... feedback offset? No, it can't be. So x would be minus and y would be minus? I feel like that just doesn't do anything though. Like no matter what I do. Could be an issue with hot reload. No, it's still pretty much the same. Let's see here. Flutter draggable feedback offsets. See what sort of things. Mm. Here's one. Nobody answered. Hmm. This has to do with coordinates differing. That's a different problem. Hmm. I mean, if we get, like, you know, stupid with it. Oops. Let's get actually stupid with it. There we go. Like, there's no reason that should be in the same place. I wonder if it's because... What if we didn't mess with that? What if we left that alone? Ah. Ah. Okay. And then suddenly... This isn't going to be a correct answer, because if we drag here, it's going to put it way up there, right? We need to put it onto the pointer. But... we have learned a thing. Let's see here. Offset is the position. Gotcha. Okay. So... can we copy with this? No. Um... Is there... offset 0. Let's see here. Child drag anchor. Only 2. Okay. So... Um... Either... Yeah, that's not... It is copy with, right? Yeah. It's not implemented for that, basically. Only for themey things. Okay. So... Offset 0. This defaults, I believe. Yeah, child drag anchor strategy. So that's the other option, right? We would have to implement this ourselves. That's offset 0. What is the other? Child drag anchor strategy. Render box. Find that. Global to local. The position. Why did they... This feels like halfway implemented. So that's 0 offset. So either... anchored at the position of the original child. Top left of the feedback will be under... If feedback is identical to the child. So... could we... offset can't be assigned to widget. That's still going to be broken, though. It's a different thing. So what if we didn't do this? And we did this instead. This should be the same thing, right? It should behave exactly the same. But it doesn't. Confused by that. Oh, it's because... right. I can't null that either. So it has to be one or the other. but we're not allowed to override it on that one. That's annoying. So we basically have to do our own. So this should be the same. This should be the same behavior. Looks roughly like it. And then if we do that instead, oops, that should both be negative. Ah, it should be positive because we need to move. Well, that doesn't make sense. Negative is that way. I don't understand why it's backwards. Offset being backwards. I don't understand why it's backwards, but it is. Like, I would think that, so the top left is the origin. So, like, if this box was the icon, right? That's the origin. Offsetting it. I guess it would be positive to move it down. Negative would move that up, though. It must be offsetting the origin, so positive to positive. That would make sense. But let's do... hello to you as well. Let's do a constant for the icon size. Ooh, except for we would need to put you... No, we can put you there. Needs to be a static const, though. And then... icon size. Oh, you're a double, not an int. You just look like an int. And I don't think we can... Oh, we can. Cool. What am I working on? I'm working on a mud map editor. And then this is... we need to move you inside of the class if we're going to do that, which is fine. I don't care about that. This is going to be icon size in both sides. But dimensions. There's the word I'm looking for. Dimensions. Okay, so now that's all driven by the same thing. And if we change it, it can be changed both places. Automatically. Okay. And is this... does this have like a... offset function... Infinity, on drag started. Is there... Is there a way to like temporarily disable this? Or add add a delay? There's a long press long press draggable that we could switch to, which okay, that has a delay. Okay. So this becomes oops. Long press draggable. All of that needs to stay the same place, thank you. And then it has a delay. I just want like the smallest of. That's too small. I guess it'd be 500 for half a second. That's still not. Is this a hot load issue? I'm trying to learn web development myself, but it is interesting to watch someone program new things. Cool. Rock on. Oh, it was. Okay. So let's kick that back down. That's way too long now. I really just want it to not trigger on a click into the form field, right? That's the main thing I want to change. Because we were having issues with that. Oh, I'm in the wrong. That's still that's too little again. Can I get away with just doing... Yeah, I can. Okay. That's still a little too long. Hmm. The other thing I can try... What could I try? It's like it intercepts that click sometimes. Let's see here. Can I... The amount of files looks overwhelming. How do you manage everything? By putting it in places that it makes sense, basically. I like to try to keep my folder structure close to like the logical structure. So right now, right, we're working in the map editor. We're working in the templates bar. And this is the connections template. So inside of here, I have the controller that worries about getting the data out of files and into files. There's the form itself. This should probably be renamed to view. There's the model that defines what a template object looks like. And then there's the widget itself inside of this form, this section, right? So each of these are a widget. And also just like, as you work with it, you kind of remember where things are as you have to go to them. And if you don't, then it's a sign that you need to reorganize things a little bit, right? And I do that periodically where I'm like, okay, this is no longer manageable. I need to figure out a better way to classify these things, to put them into places that make sense. Okay, so this has been a step backwards, kind of, sorta. Oops. It's not what I wanted. If I roll this back, does this have... This doesn't have a delay at all. But it behaves much better. He says as it immediately stops behaving better. How long did it take you to learn programming, and what do you know currently? I don't know. I didn't really track it. I've been doing it for a long time. And I know how to program. That's what I know currently. I would just like you to not be in my draggable area, I think. So we can either... do something like... Oh, actually, hang on. Speaking of the widget... Connection template form. I've actually there's a good example. Like this name is misleading. This is the container and the list, so this name needs to change. We'll do that in a minute here. This is actually the widget inside. My naming got confused at some point along the way when it grew, so we'll fix it here in a minute. Can I do things? Obscure text false. Obscure show cursor. For things like mouse regions, there's an opacity to their clicky. Mouse cursor. Opacity animates. I don't want animated. I don't want visual opacity. I want click opacity. I have to go off now, but have a good one. See you next time. Cool. Rock on. Have a great day. Let's see here. Text field. It's not helping. Let's see, on tab outside. There's an on tap. We could manage it ourselves. Absorb pointer. Teach me your ways, absorb pointer. Absorbs pointers during hit testing. Prevents its subtree from receiving pointer events. Oh. But I don't think... That's backwards, right? The subtree. This is a sub-element, so these would be below the other one in the tree. Hmm. There's also ignore pointer. I don't think I want that. So... There was a bug for something similar on desktop only, which is correct. That was fixed, though. So hit test behavior is the thing on a gesture detector. Do you have... No, not really. There's a focus node. Should have just kept reading this, I think. Tap outside. Editing complete on field submitted on saved. Error input. Ignore pointers. Is focused. I'll check configuration. Content insert. Yeah, none of that. Let's see here. Can also investigate The other thing we can do is just like give it an icon that's a draggable type thing. And only wrap that, right? Which is probably the right answer, but you know. Trying to make things as idiot proof as possible. Because I am in fact an idiot sometimes. Hmm. Nobody seems to be talking about this. All right. So the answer to that seems to be that I'm just doing it wrong. And I don't think there's anything on this. Hit test behavior, defer to child. Oh. Ah. We actually overrode that. Is this a problem of my own making? Maybe. It's mm-hmm. So that only allows dragging. It disallows it outside of here. It only allows it on the elements. That's why we did that. Is there a different... It's opaque and translucent. Believe that this is just going to receive events within a bounds and permit targets visually behind them to also receive events. Okay, so that would work with that. Except for I still... It's still exceedingly easy to accidentally start a drag. And there's no hit test behavior here. Hmm. Cursor opacity, cursor opacity. Does it suck to put a button or something, a handle, a grab handle? Let's take a look at some UI examples. Just do a little search here. Let's see. We could give it like a little bit of a header to grab on. Most of these are just like the 3 lines or something, or like the little dots. Could do those. Those are very... Where did it go? Here. So we could do like a little doo-doo-doo type of deal. It would give a little splash of color over here too, which is kind of nice. These are always expanded. We could rethink that a little bit. And make it more like this, and then give them a little doo-doo-doo over on the side or something. Could do that. I don't want to get too bogged down in this, though. We could do like a name and like a smaller tile, like a name and description. That collapses. We're gonna have to solve this problem for the room as well. So I'm not super opposed to finding a better solution that I like a little more. We do want it to be good to use. I would also kind of help to imply that this is not actually part of the connection template, nor is it part of the room template. Well, description is for rooms. Name isn't. Let's take a look at that as an idea. We do need to fix this too also really quick though. Let's put that back to opaque, which is what it used to be. Let's do that. Update draggable feedback for connection templates. Oh, we also need to fix that. We're going to need the same logic over there, so we might as well. Let's take a look at that really quick. Do 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 do. Disable draggable. There was a commit. Draggable max simultaneous drags. Okay, but what did you... Max simultaneous drags seems to be the answer. Okay, so this is, we have a bool for modified already. If it is modified, 0, else null. So now, in theory, this should still drag, and it does, right? Perfect. But if I'm in here and I've changed something, I have unsaved changes, I need to update that UI to make it better, then you can't drag. That's good. I like that. We need to make this UI better, though. But that's okay. That's... That's a thing. So there's that. That's still a to-do for us. And we're basically going to cheat off of ourselves when we go over to rooms. So let's do spend the time making this a little bit better. Disallow drag when the template has been modified. Let's be specific. Little chores, you know, but getting us closer to a good experience. Okay. How do I want to do this? Because over here, we have that. Whereas down here, we have just that. We need to fix the naming too really quick. Let's do that before I forget. I know, we're all over the place. That's a list view. There. Proof naming of files for navigability. Organization? Sure. That's fine. One little chore done. Okay, so let's think about this a little bit more. I'm still reasonably happy to have the saving and stuff down here. You know what I really want is if you click on one for it to open it up in here. I really want like a list of tiles almost. Because this kind of sucks, right? Let's see here. We could do... Let's take out ID. It doesn't really serve us any real purpose. It exists for the back end sort of organization of the stuff, right? Let me double check my recollection there before we get too crazy. Templates, connection templates. Yes, you have IDs in here. It's so that we know what to update, right? And so that we can make sure. Yeah, you have no DCs. That's why you're smaller. So that we can update things in the model. It doesn't really serve a ton of purpose there. We're going to take it out. It's going to clean things up a little bit. Over here, it's good to have it because this is actually the tile ID. Or the connection ID. This one's the tile ID. This is a real thing in the map, right? So let's do that. We're going to keep that the way it is. We're going to... If I do like an expandy here, how am I going to do the draggy icons? I could put it on the other side, I suppose. I don't love that. I could flippy flop them. That wouldn't be terrible. Should also view this in like the intended default size for the sake of thinking. Because it becomes a little bit more manageable when they're like that, right? But the... It's still an awkwardly long list, right? Let's put a banner up there, or not a banner, but like a button, kind of like we did on the other side. And how are we going to then delineate when we expand it? How are we going to communicate that these are template only? We could put them inside of like a similarly colored section. Let's see how that looks. Let's give it a shot. For now, we'll leave the whole thing draggable. We'll fix that in the bit here. So inside of our column, this is all, by virtue of this inside of the form data container, though. I'm going to take that out. That's going to remove that, which is fine. We're going to control that within our widget. That's where it should have been originally anyway. So that would look like this to restore exactly as it was, except for having it, you know, in a different spot. So we do that, and then we get our little border back and our padding in, which it's okay. Let's do... So we'd still need a column. We would move this inside of it, though. We've got padding, which I think we've kind of doubled up on. I could be wrong, though. We put that here. Oh, yeah, we're going to move the closing. If we put it there, then we're definitely double padded. 98% sure. Take out the padding completely, though. Okay. So that has a padding around it already. And then we would need our padding again inside of here, just to give it a little bit of space between it and the border if we want to go this route. Do I want to is the question. I think so. I think so. So let's actually not take you out. We're going to relocate you inside like this. And we're going to make you smaller, because you're excessive now. That's a little too small. Give you a little bit more in the horizontal. It's probably close to what we have over here. It's better. Okay. Let's give the top and bottom a little bit more too, though. That's less of a problem. Yeah, that's decent. That's probably close to what we got over here. That might be a little bit smaller. Maybe something like that. Yeah, it looks pretty much the same. Okay. Now let's do... how we're going to break up this top section. We're going to need... we're already stateful, right? Oh, no. Yeah, we are. We'll need a bool to track it, because we're going to say if it's expanded, we do this guy. Otherwise, Hello. Stop it. There we go. We don't have a way to unexpand it yet, but we've got that. We also what's the there is no spacing on the list view. Crap, that's right. That's why we put the padding on you. There is a padding. Not you. You. I was in the wrong spot. It's so weird to me that there's no spacing on this guy. Okay, that's fine. That's why we had this in here. So we need to put that back, but sets, not inserts. Symmetric. Let's just give them a little vertical, no horizontal. That way they're spaced out a little bit. That might even be a little much. We'll go with it for now, though. We'll see how it looks when we get more things in here. So, in this, we need some better stuff. We're going to need, like, a column in here. Right? Because we need to have... do we need to have rows around these? Maybe. But we can also maybe get away with just a text. Template, name, template, description. We do that. We have an overflow. I don't want an overflow. If I put you in rows, will you figure yourself out? Kind of, but not really. We need expandeds around you. Yep, put that in the right spot. Okay, then you can figure yourself out. This, we want you to be centered on the main axis. So that we have that. And then we do you don't have a padding. Probably going up the same horizontal. Shut up. You're not overflowing anymore. But no vertical. So let's just chuck a padding around you. Symmetric, horizontal 10 is what we were doing? Could be wrong. Yeah. That gives us that, which is pretty decent. You should have a leading and a trailing, if I'm not mistaken. I must be thinking of a different kind of button. What did I do in the other tile data sidebar? You should be, I'm not going to put you up here. You should be at the root of this. You're a widget, you're a screen, whatever you want to call it. What kind of buttons did we do for you? You're floating action as well. I must have just done my own thing with regards to icons. Yeah, I did. Okay. Could do it here. Or I could do it here. I want to do it here. So I only want to do one, and it wants to be in the middle of the vertically middle. So right now it looks funky because we broke it. This, I think, space between with 3 elements is what I want. I think. Expand more is one of them, and then after the row here, or wait, no, after the column here, icon. What is the little there we go. Menu icon will work for a test. So if we do that, yeah, then everything gets all spaced out. I can kill IntelliJ. Oh, there we go. Woke back up. That was fun. Oh yeah, duh. It's not very well going to run now, is it? Padding. I put you in the wrong spot. You need to go up here. Symmetric, no. Horizontal, just bump in. No, I'm wrong. This does need to go in here. I want it to be within the context of the larger button. So we got that, and then you down here, close that. Now we should be able to run again. So as we get the little bit of a bump in here. Bigger, just so these aren't squished. Okay. And then on click, we need to put the other on click back. I don't hate that. Obviously, my descriptions need to be a little better for it, but... And then you can expand. You would be able to contract if I had finished it yet. Yeah. Okay. Let's do, let's get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. I need to look at the icons. I want a better icon for the draggy drag indicator. That's what the material icons calls it. So instead of this drag indicator, there we go. That's all right. This... What if we did this smarter as well? Well, no, because when we expand it, we need it to look different. Do I want these to be centered? I do know that I'm going to want this text overflow are you not is this not the right oh it's a text overflow ellipsis. We do want this to be a thing on these guys in case you make them long and they don't fit anymore. If I was to take this out, oh, I would need to expanded this so that it takes up the full middle. Wait. There. Then it would be there. And then I would do 10. Give them a little room to breathe. I think I like that a little bit better. So I could do... Instead of doing expanded on this, put everything in column. And I can say... I don't think I can do this. I can do this. And then just turn them on and off like that, I think. Do I want to, is the question. Oops. That doesn't... I would have to do that. Are you not... You're in a list view. Now, hang on. I'm not sure I want to do this, so I don't want to go solve that if I don't want to do this. If I put you back the way you was... Then I would have to do something about this. I could do that. I could, for one, make that template name, make that template description, put these two inside of an inner column like so. I'm missing one of those. There we go. And then this container color. No, decorate. No. What is your... You're not overflowing anymore. Shut up. Stop it, Flutter. Yeah, you have a color. Color would be theme of context primary color. Is that the... Shut up. Why are you not... No, it'd be secondary color. Oh, color scheme. Color scheme primary? No, that's very bright. Very, very bright. Do not like. We also want it to have a little bit of... let's fix this first. Secondary. Is it surface? Surface container? No. Can I just get a hold of button theme, color scheme, primary? No. Shut up, Flutter. This is not... That's the same as the primary color scheme. Material button. I don't think this is going to work. Yeah. How do I get a hold of the... I feel like I've gone down this road before and I've gone insane. Find color scheme button fill color. What are you? Get fill color method. Get fill color. Get text theme. Because the primary color, that ain't going to cut it. Button text theme primary. So text theme. Button enabled. If it is, then it's color scheme primary. Where is color scheme? Where does color scheme get? Is that all just... It's not that. Primary container? That's closer. Oop. It's primary fixed. Nope. Fixed dim? No, that's further still away. This was closest so far. It might be right on the money, actually. But I want it to be correct, right? Button style class. None of that. What color do buttons use for fill? Okay, I don't want to set it. I want to understand. I want to find it. But I don't understand why there's not just like a thing in the scheme for it, right? Let's see here. Background color defaults accent color. Let's just go look at background color. Loading action button theme data, background color. Okay. Theme data, floating action button theme. Color scheme, primary container. Okay, so the reason is because it does a bunch of different things. Okay, that's annoying. Primary container. So if we were to do... Yeah. Okay, so we're using the correct color. It just, there's no way to drive it. Because this is just a default theme. I haven't done any theming. It's just fine for developing. But I don't know that I want that to be the theme forever. Okay, so let's set that aside for a hot second here. In order to get this to look correct, we're going to need to move this padding. So we've got the container. We're going to put you into another set of or into another column rather, so that you're all together. Do I want the buttons? Yes, I do want the buttons in there. I've gone to the wrong spot here. Hang on. Yeah, it's in there still. I think it's here. It's not here. Where are you? You are there. You need... Okay, so it's right before this. No? After we close you, then we need to close you. Like, either way we do it, it's got to be right here, right? So right after this, we close the parent column. Ah, because I already had one of the closed parents. I see. Okay, so that gets us that. And then in here, we also put a padding inside of the container around this column. Gee, that's probably fine for now. Just so that this guy, give him another closing paren, gets highlighted. And then I don't actually want you inside of the form container either, but you have to be inside of the form. This guy is where I want the form data container to start. We're gonna have to move, I think, that one to like here. Yes. Ooh, and then we'd have to pad you special. Okay, so we'd have to fix up the padding in general, but... And then you would need like a... You need a clicky, which is fine. Let's do... Oh, no, that's the wrong place. That's inside my container. You... Inner message and all this. Collapse the wrong column. That's why I'm confused. Where are you getting your horizontal padding from now? Is it from you? It is. I don't want to do... Let's take you out for a second. That would make everybody the full width, which is okay as a starting point. We would want some padding on the horizontal here, which we do there, right? That way everything fits, and then we'd end up doing a container around, it wouldn't be down there because I don't want it around the top. I want it to be around this. Oop. We do that. We'd get you right here to have that. We'd give you 10 and 10 is what we did there. No, it would be here. Yeah, 10 and 10. We don't care. Yeah, we probably do. No, we just want horizontal. So 10. 10 horizontal. Okay. That's their first container. Horizontal 10. That'll scooch these guys in just a little bit, line them up with that, right? And then around here, from border side, left. No, this is not correct syntax. Top. We don't want top. We want left. Border side. I think that's all we need. Right. We need a border side. And then bottom. If I could type today, it would help. And we need you. That would give us, oop, we forgot our this use the color. Nope, it's not. Hang on, we'll get out of there. This one. Now. Where were you? Here. Primary color light is what we were using. Gives us that. we want... I want you to stop that. We need a little padding on the bottom. So I would need to... We'd have to do something like that, which would be okay. Okay. I don't hate that. Above here, in our top section, this can actually just be a property of padding on this guy, which will eliminate, not you. It would have been up here. Painter. Decorations column. It's up here. There it is. And that wouldn't change anything because it's just, we have the container, we might as well make good use of it, right? Instead of adding more widgets. We would need up here at the start of this an row. Space between on the axis, main axis alignment icon. Expand less. And drag indicator. Like so. And then all of this up here from the container, gesture detector. Need to put the close around just the top here. And then on tap, we set state to toggle that. Except I want to be careful. I'm not sure I like this way around. I might want to swap that on in both cases. I think so. It doesn't feel right that way around. Need to do the same thing down here, further. Drag indicator, top, expand more, down below. Um, I want... I think I want this gesture detector to only be around... not the whole container, but the top row here. So we close you there. Remove that there. And not put... We're going to set that to 0 for a second for testing purposes. So my gesture detector doesn't get picked up unless I'm over those, which I don't love. Why? Why that? Just make sure I didn't do anything stupid first, actually. Column around the children. Oh. Yeah, around the row. With the both. Select here. Ah, because you're small. That's why. Okay, so I can do... I can do that, but that's gonna be a problem. Oh, I need to put you there. Correct parent. No? Oh. You're gonna be a pain in my ass. Okay, let's think of something else here. Tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom and make some more coffee. So it's going to take me a second to get the water going, but I'll be right back. And then I'll figure out what I want to do about this to make it more clickable, but not... I don't want it to toggle when you click down here, right? So we gotta find a happy medium here. But yeah, I'll be right back. Coffee has been achieved. All right, so we need this to be more bigger so that it's actually clicky friendly, and to do so in a way that sucks less. How do I want to do that is a good question. We could give it a size. I don't really want to, though. I would rather... You're just a column under the hood. I think the problem's going to be that the parent column doesn't have a fixed height. And this gesture detector is also kind of a problem. I think I would have to put you in yet another row, which I kind of hate. It just feels gross. But if I did that, I could tell this row to be expanded, right? Kind of. Render flex. Children have non-zero flex. Incoming height constraints are unbounded. But if I... Yeah, you got issues, I know. I would have to... I won't even render. Okay. Like, I can put these guys into rows and expand them. I don't think that's going to, because it still won't know the parent, right? All the way up, it'll have no idea what size it's supposed to be, I think. That. And if I was to do this, and even if I did, if I did a flex on you, and then on you, I still don't think that solves the problem. It's still going to tell me unbound height, I think. Yeah. Because the parent column doesn't have, so I'd have to expand on the parent. But that would be a part of this, and then this is inside of the, not this, the list view. This guy. He's a scrollable, so he has an unbound height. So it's troubles all the way down, basically. So let's back out all of those because I don't need that extra stuff. That'll fix that. The doesn't solve the problem though. That the click target here is tiny, tiny, tiny. I could do for this. I could do a layout builder. Like this. Around just this top bit. Description. All of that. Close that, close that, close that, comma that, right? But I don't think issue detector, children, column. I would need size box. Around you. You have height. Would be constraints divided by 3, let's just say. So it's a third. Box constraints. Oh, constraints max height divided by 3. But box constraints forces an infinite height because it's in, yeah. That don't help me none. We could think about maybe doing, okay, we do have a width. And we can make it based on that. I actually need to put this inside of here. If I want to do that, I think, so that my... Well, you're still tiny, though. Why are you so small? You have all this room, Mr. Gesture Detector. You are the whole thing. So why don't you... Why aren't you detecting? Why you do this? Not in set state, please. Huh. That's very confusing. So maybe my problem is actually deeper. Let's get rid of that. Rid of that. Entirely. Rid of that. That puts it back here. We have the same trubs. Why though? I wonder if it's fighting with this, because we haven't moved yet. No. Hit test behavior translucent. Could use invisible stack. That's an interesting thought. We could do that. Tap region. I don't want to do that. Let's try the hit detection. That was an interesting thought. What was the behavior? Why aren't you? Hit test behavior. Behavior, yeah. Now you're working. Translucent. I don't... This will allow invisible things to be tapped. Okay. Okay. So it's still too small, but at least that makes it work correctly. I think we had this set to translucent. No. What did we have you set to before? Opaque. We'll put that back for a second. We'll get there when we get there. But I actually don't want this whole row, as I'm thinking about it, to be clickable, right? Because we don't want that drag handle to toggle it. We want that to be reserved exclusively for dragging. That's really close to being good there. We'd have to do like another row in here. Or what if we approach this a different way? What if we didn't do this? Because obviously it causes trubs, right? We get into all kinds of headaches with making it clickable, making it a good-sized target, and all that. What if instead we do that, and we just say, hey, look, you got a clicky on the collapsy. And then we get the highlighting and stuff all for freezies, which is good, right? I'm not sure I love it completely, but a decent sort of thing. Meow. We would have to put the same draggable around both of these things if we continue to do it this way. Do I want to do that? I don't know the answer to that question just yet. I do want them both to be draggable. And I don't want to duplicate the draggables, the widget, if I don't have to. Can I... Could I define you as a const widget? No. I would have to make a thing that built you, which isn't recommended last I checked. I could make... Yeah, no. That is kind of crazy pants, right? Let's see what the internet has to say. Hmm. I don't think I can. Either that or... It's just not something that somebody's been talking about. I guess it's not the end of the world, because we display one widget or the other depending on what's visible. We would have to do a different parent, which is fine. We just do like a container and then wrap the... We just like do consts for this, maybe. Oop. Make sure that's all good. Okay. And then wrap the... little icon friend here, right here, in the draggable. Let's put this back before we do that. And then it needs to go probably around just the drag indicator here as well. We're trying to eliminate shrubs. With, you know, making it, pardon me, hard to figure out what you're dragging or not. So we probably just want to keep it focused. So, like so. And then if you expand, you can still drag. But none of this is confusing. I do want you to probably be an icon button, just for the sake of having a on hover already defined for me with just an empty on pressed. That way Oh, except for you don't have... you know what? It's because this isn't... I bet. It's because it doesn't actually do anything. No? Oh, I put on the wrong one. That's why. I forgot it where I was. So if we put that back to empty... Yeah, then it's still... highlights. Do I want to do that? Or this? And do something else. I can't really expand the size of this guy. Maybe that's okay. I still don't love that it's split up like that, though, either. What if... What if instead of that... We'll still leave you there. And we'll put you after. I need a little padding there. That feels a little bit more intuitive to me. Maybe I'm crazy, though. It could happen. Spacing 10. You need to give you, if we do this way... We'd have to do a little bit of padding on this. Yeah, horizontal. I think 5 is what we were doing on the other stuff. We did that. Oh, we need to put you... Duh, of course. We'd have to do it around the whole thing. Wouldn't be the end of the world. You want a little more than that, though. Could do that. I want to make sure we center those in the main axis. And also I think we'd have to center you here as well to be centered within the rows. Did they even do anything? Might not have. Space between... Oh, you know what? It's because it's expanded. I think it's the same. It just looks a little funky. I'm probably just going crazy. Let's, oh my gosh. I don't know why I'm suddenly yawning. Let's see if we like... I guess I did get up kind of early. Ah, my camera has gone completely blurred. Cool. Love that. Happened to look down and I was like, I'm a blob. That's fun. Super, super fun. There we go. We would have to do clean up this up here a little bit to make it the same, which we can do. Let's just see how we like it. So we got our row, we got a space between, we've got the children, we've got the draggable here. We need to change that to end is what we need to do. And then we need to swap these two around in order. They live very close to one another, though. I think our other one had 10 for spacing. That puts them pretty close. I could move this up and it would get shorter. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. let's get our draggable using I guess it is already kind of using this can be a thing. Well, not really, because we can't define it outside of this. We could do a cheeky define down here. But we don't really gain a whole lot. That can be a const. Maybe that's just the way it's gotta be. To get the experience we want, right? Use DC. Changes. Adding. Bum, 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 bum. Where'd you go? Dragon Ball, here you are. Actually, can we make you a const instead? If we do that. Interesting. Okay, yeah, let's do that. We'll help flutter out as much as we can here to know what it should do with us. Oh, I hit make you an icon. There we go. Oh, except for if that's null. Ugh. That breaks the highlighting, which is the whole reason we're using you as opposed to writing our own, is so that you have... Why aren't you lit up? Oh, because... No, you're still... Am I losing my mind? Huh, okay. So if it's a const, it'll dim it. Why in the world is that? Interesting. If I go back to making this null, just, you know, for science. It's dim there too. Huh. Okay then. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Is there a unhover sort of thing for this? Not really. Huh. Okay, well. We'll just go back to doing that then. Just so it looks nice. I could do some kind of custom thing. Sort of second guessing using a button here. It's fine. We're just going to roll with that for now. We can revise it later if we decide we need to. It's better than it was because it's not so flaky to use, that's for sure. And we've addressed this in a different way. Type the correct words. There we go. So the next task here is we need a better feedback for when you have changed something in here. We need to not be just down here because this form is too big. Even when it's full screen, that's a little bit subtle. I think I want to just put a stack, and so up top here maybe, kind of like we did over here. Do I want to? I don't want to put it up here because any one of these could be changed. I want to. And then we can say you can't collapse it again if you haven't saved it or reset. Let's do that. And I think I want this button to go away. Where would I put the add new then if I was going to do that? Maybe we'll leave it for now. We'll have to think about that a little bit. But let's get... If we made a little bit more room at the top here, we would have room for this to drop down without completely obscuring that top form field. Just thinking about if I want to do that or not. You're really supposed to use this in a full screen, right? Or pretty close to. I want this to go live over to the left, I think, too. Yeah, we'll give it a little bit of room up top, I think. So between here and here, intermessage. Do I want to do... We're going to need... We still need the column to exist, I think, as a discrete thing. So we'll leave you in place. We'll just add the stack in addition, except for... right, because it has the outer column as well. At the top of our column here, where do we put the padding on you? We put that around... There's a container. Where's my container? There's no container. There's my container. So that means this is actually going to have to live out here, outside of that. Forgot about that. Container. There. Like so. Now, the container is actually going to make things because we've done this. Before I change that, let's take a look at what a 10 on the top would look like. I think we need a little bit more. So we'll leave it that way. We'll leave it only in there. Okay, and so now we have the stack. We should be able to chuck in here just a little row. Do I need a row? I need a row because it needs to stretch. And we'll spell you correctly. We'll just put you in there. So you live up there. That's pretty good. We need you to be centered. Main axis alignment. Main axis alignment center. Like so. Probably give you a little bit of a pad. Yep. Close you. Oops. Padding, edge inserts, geometry, symmetric. We really only care about the vertical. 5, maybe. Okay, that's decent. This goes into a container as well. Because we want color, theme of, of context, color scheme. Was it error container that we used? No. Error? It was error. And then, we need to change the color of the text from here. Text style. Color. Theme of context. Color scheme on error container, right? No. Right. Because it's not error container, it's error. On error makes you a little reddy red, contrasty boy. Okay. I want a little bit more scoochy scooch here. I think we're going to do description, template name. Oop, nope. Nope. This one down here. If we gave you 30, that would give you some room to breathe. We make this exist. Should go back up. This whole thing only exists if it's been modified. Otherwise, it's null. So you hide. And then we did an animated thing for you, I think. And I would like to redo that. Yeah, we fade you in, which is nice. Let's go look at that so I don't have to go dig up the syntax in the docs. Where would I put you? Where would I have put you? You would be in tile data sidebar connection data form. This one. You live up here at the top. Empty connection. No. You live at the root of tile data. Right here. Animated opacity. That's what you are. Yeah. So instead of doing this, we're going to do that. You're going to have a child. It'll be the row. We get rid of that. This. We'll do the same half a second. And then this is modified. If it's been modified, it's 1. Otherwise, it's 0. Use the right characters there. Okay, what else am I missing? I'm missing 1 closing bracket. Or paren? Yes. Okay. Child row, inside of that lives that. Are you? No. Oh, duh. It doesn't go around the row, you muppet. It goes around the container. Which means this padding... No, that's fine. Yeah. We padded the other element. So, bop. Much, much clearer, I hope. And that's only the ones that are unsaved. That's probably fine. It's better for sure. Um, something about this still doesn't feel quite right, but it's better. So we're going to go with better and leave it be for now. Let's get rid of the old unsaved changes fella. Do I want to display anything up there? Probably not. Because we're going to tell you can't collapse it if there's unsaved changes. Okay, let's see here. Where did we put name, description? Right. You'll be in here. You'll be towards the bottom. Unsaved changes. We won't need this bar at all. Yeah, it's fine. That goes away. That's fine. I want these guys. Why are you centered? Is it because this centers you? No. You wrap, but I'm pretty sure it's just because you need to be in a row so that the row helps you understand how big you need to be. Well, that's a problem. What did I do over here? I don't think I expanded, but let me just double check that thought first. Yeah, then you have lots of troubles because you don't have anything telling you how tall you can possibly be. All right, let's take this out real quick. And then we'll look over here. Okay, you just fix yourself. Fix yourself. Back here. Back to connections. Oop, that's not a good thing. We need to fix that too. We'll do that after. Clear that. You're not overflowing anymore. Shut up. Oh, wait, hey. No. It's when it's bigger. That's right. Okay. What did I do over here? It won't be here. It'll be in... Shut up. You're not overflowing anymore. You didn't see anything. It'll be in the... connection data form? Bot DC. Shut up. You're just chilling there. In a form field the same way. Okay, so hot. Why are you wonky over here but not over there? Cross-axis alignment start. That's correct. Oh, you know what? That's why. We didn't tell this one to align itself to the start. And the others happen to work because they fill the space. There we go. Okay. Simpler fix than I thought. Now let's go figure out what was overflowing. The text is overflowing, but I told you oh. Mm, it's the rows. Crap. Okay. It's going to be in the collapsed version. We expanded that. We expanded you and you. Icon and draggable. If we put in another row here, because this one knows its size, I should be able to expand you. You. Ah. There we go. Well, that just made things worse. Space between. Oh, right. Right. Because we put you... We expanded that. Shut up. So the column takes the whole space. We... Is it you? Well, you don't have a... It can't be. Why wouldn't that work? Too far. Put that back really quick. Okay. Now, obviously, it's going to mess up our... here. It's going to mess up our alignment, but that's fine. Like, why don't you just figure yourself out if everybody's expanded? You're expanded, y'all are expanded, so that you consume all the space. In theory, I shouldn't even need this to be expanded anymore, I don't think. Oh, it's because the bottom. Right. We do need that so that you guys fill up that space. So why does that overflow? We've told you to do an ellipsis if you overflow. It's because you're a text and you're a pain in my ass. That's what it is. Text needs another thing. It needs a... not a fitted box. Is it just a wrap? No. It's something else. It's not expanded, is it? I don't think it is. It might be a fitted box. It is expanded. Okay. Well, so it be. And then you know to, you're not overflowing anymore, shut up. And then you know to shrink, or to ellipsize yourself if you are too long for your spot. Okay. Let's see, what else do I need? I don't need this row anymore because we solved the problem in a different way. Unless we do, in which case I'm going to look like an idiot when I go and undo all that deleting. Yeah, no, we're good. Perfect. Then I don't have to fix, shut up. I don't have to fix anything with the layout that way, which is good. Let me just relaunch it to be sure that everything is hippie. Connections. Yeah. You're not. Stop spamming my console. I'm to stop you and completely restart you to get that to stop doing that. Deeply annoying. All right. I feel like when I work with Flutter, I live in a superposition of not looking at the console when I should for the exceptions I've thrown that aren't user actionable, and looking at it and being annoyed because it's spamming old messages. Okay. Let's commit this before anything else crazy comes up. Let's see. Let's summarize our thoughts here. For this change, basically, we just replaced the old changes notifier with the new banner type, right? And fix the overflow. Place old unsaved changes text with the banner type. Notice fix text overflow on button when text is too long. All right. What's next on the old list here today? I think we're good. I think we move on to rooms now. So we're basically going to rebuild this into that. We're going to also probably add a template description, that's optional. Let's also make this one optional. Description doesn't need to be filled in if you don't want to. So let's do that first. Because if you can get everything you need out of it with just a name, yeah, it's only for your template organization. Before I do that, I'm going to use the rest of my right back. There we go. Consequences of all that coffee. Ah, my camera's blurred again. All right, Mr. Camera. I don't know why you're grumpier than usual today. But we'll fix you again. Or maybe you'll just crash completely. That's cool. That's cool. Alright, let me make sure I unplug the right one. It'll be you, I believe. Yes, good. Back in. Orbitals. New. There we go. Alright. So, let's fix up. This will be really easy. We just don't even need a validator for you. Pardon me. Okay, so if we were to, for instance, do that, let's make sure that this looks a little better. So it's gonna be down. Hang on. Am I using this anywhere anymore? I don't think I'm using this builder. I think that was an experiment that was supposed to be backed out. There we go. That'll clean that up. That container stack up here. This description not underscore. Not null, but is not empty, then we just have you in the middle. Otherwise, we give you both. Cool. Like it. We probably want to make sure on all of these forms, actually. Where's trim? It is just trim. So, need to go back into here. When we set all of this, oop. Let's fix that. There's my draggable. There's my container up there. You are. Actually, yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Bum. You. 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 Oh, yeah, because you can't, yeah. Okay, that should... Except for this is a DC as well. You don't need to be trimmed. You're a number. The other one... This one. I missed this one. 2... Enter message, exit message. This doesn't have description? Am I missing an entire field? Did I screw up and use description as the description? I did. I used template description instead. Okay. So I need to fix these names anyway. And now might be the time to do that. That's deeply annoying. Okay. I do want to have the description option for the template still. That is true. We're gonna fix this. Another side quest I didn't particularly want, but I've got it. So we are going to go on it. I was putting it off. Yeah, that's fine. It can get changed. We're going to commit this. Only display connection template description if there is one set. Let's get out of here. I'm going to leave you open because I'm going to be back to you before too dang long. Connection templates. I need to do... Let me get out of all this stuff. I don't need this right now. I don't need that. Don't need that right now. I need the template controller. You. We're going to make these fixed. We're going to start with you. You're confusing. We're going to call you instead template ID. Okay. Action template controller. When we load you, read as string, from JSON. We need the model here. Forgot about that. UUID. Template ID, right? Okay, perfect. Almost forgot. Template ID. Let's do something a little smarter here. You are your string ID key. Right? I should have done this to begin with, and I just didn't think about it. But I want to very clearly communicate that this is the template name, not the connection name. Connections don't have names. Template name. And then we're going to replace name here with name key. This I should be doing as well. ID key, name key. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Love it. Static const string description key. Let description. You don't exist yet. We'll get there. Template description. And while I'm thinking about it, you're going to be template ID key, template name key, template description key. Okay. This description key. Template description key. All right. We're going to need call this something else. It is called enter and exit message. So we're going to, in the actual connections. So instead of leave message, which I think we just ported directly over. I don't know why I didn't make it the same to begin with. Static const string. Enter message key. Enter message, right? Yes. Let's use the right quotes for Dart. We're still writing Dart today. Okay. You and you. Enter message key. Leave message key. In fact, we're going to call you exit message key because you're an exit message using the same words. What a thought, right? Exit message, exit message, exit message. Perfect. Okay, love it. Exit message key. Like so. Spot DC key and use DC key. Right? Yes. Spot DC key. Use DC key. And now, if we ever have to change this, it becomes less of a pain in the butt. Spot DC, spot DC. Spot DC key. Use DC, use DC, use DC, use DC key. All right. Now we're going to need one more because this is exit description key. Exit description, right? No, you don't exist yet. Do I want to use that? Yeah, I'm content with that name still, I think. Pretty sure. So you have a description, enter message, leave message. We need string exit description. Exit description. It's an empty string if you didn't give it to me. This description, enter message, leave message, exit description is you. You leave message, exit description is JSON, exit description key as string. When we marshal you, exit description is exit description. That needs to be key. Okay. Now, we're going to go fix our names in the form here. Template name, template description, love it. We don't care about the ID. Enter message, exit message. exit message field filed. Field may not be blank. Spot DC, okay. We need to have late final text editing controller. Exit description controller is text editing. Text editing controller. Text is editable template copy. Last. How about late? Exit description. Okay. Perfect. You're a comma. Init state, all that. Cool. Exit description controller dispose. Hello? There we go. Dispose it on dispose. All right, everything should be wired up correctly for this. Template description, template name, perfect. Enter message, exit message. We need another one of these, essentially. The whole block. Boop. Exit description. This is leave message value. This is not. Exit description value trim. This is exit description controller. Perfect. Modified all of that. Still good. Okay. Exit description field may not be blank. That is true. It needs to have a thing. I need you in my reset fields. Exit description controller. Text is editable template copy. Exit description, just like so. I have everything has fallen over because you didn't get initialized with this. That's fine. Deal with it. Okay. 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 Exit description, spot DC, use DC. Now those things line up correctly. That is going to have a knock-on effect, though, because in my drop target, I'm mapping the wrong field to the wrong place. Hang on. Let me finish this. Let me open that, and then I'll finish this and try to do one thing at a time. That's how we got into this mess in the first place. So I need the tile data sidebar connection data form here. And I need to go visit my accept draggable. This needs to be exit description. Okay, enter message, leave message. This needs to be renamed. Exit message. Okay, so double checking. Bop. Enter message. Exit message. Let's actually rename you. Template description. Enter message. Exit message. Oop. Exit description. Spot DC. Use DC. Okay. Good. That's where we want to be. What are you freaking out about? Why are you? Why did it refactor that? This is skills and attributes. This isn't. What? Oh, it's because config object. Okay. All right. Because that's an override. You can be object description? I know it will. It's supposed to. I'm annoyed. Description. Okay, what else is broken now? Urgh. Frustrating. Okay. Status effect, that's fine. That's probably how I wound up in this pickle. Come to think of it. Get my test data all fixed up. We'll have to change the rest of this stuff. You. Like so. Let's close these things as I go. Try to keep things a little bit sane. You, and you, and you. Like so. I'm pretty sure that these should still pass up until we go change the stuff underneath the hood, which we may or may not do right meow. Oh gosh. What do you think the chances are? That we can get away with. Yeah, if we spell it right, it'll help. Ah, excellent. You don't have a ton. We won't play with too much fire. We'll just do it. Okay. Let's find out. Wait, hang on. I guess I read still. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Object description, object on this, dot object. Description. You. Like so. What else? Who else? Who dare be broken still? Test, room template, the one I just changed. Okay, that's fine. You can be that way. You and you and you and you. Oop. You. Okay. Let's find out. Yeah. Editor, Flutter test. Oop, oh, nope. Ah, connection template tests are broken. Right. Of course they are. Because I broke them. Just meow. Okay. We'll get back to that in a second. Because I've already forgotten what the other thing was I was trying to do. Okay, we got those. We need to make sure that these variables are named correctly now. Description controller. Template. Description controller. Exit description controller. Enter message. Leave message should be. Just so that we don't get confused in the future by having a bunch of things named differently, right? In theory. I think that's okay. Okay. We're going to fix your tests really quick. Connection template. Test data. You need to be... just make sure I use the correct things. Template ID. Template ID. This is now template name. This is now needing to be added. Template description. We're going to do that. I'm going to do that just so they're different. Description is now going to go just for visual organization after the leave message, which is where it goes in the other form, right? This is now exit message. And this is now what are you? Exit description. Okay, yeah, you're broken. I know, because you didn't get loaded with all that stuff. That's fine. Be that way. Actually, I'm gonna leave this here intentionally as a canary, essentially, to where if I've changed something and broken these, I need to be careful, right? We're going to use the strings we defined here, though. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. We're going to try. I need my regex. Test data. One or more numbers. Bop, 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 bop. Closing. Squirrely braces. Opening, or not squirrely, but square braces. Single quote. UUID. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. And I'm going to need capture groupies for this, because I want to replace it with the thing, right? And then I should make sure that I use the correct syntax here. This should end up being template ID key, right? Yes, that's what it should be. Like this. And I need to look up, use search regex capture group. See, place field. So I need to do this and bop 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 bop. Into parenthesis that would indicate a capture group. No, that's not correct. That should be title. So there's a space, there's a title, equals the capture groupie. So they're using place you with title, and then what's 2? 2 would be back reference such groups by number, starting with 1, for example. Should just be parens. Why is it not just parens? Bad pattern. I should be able to do this. Is it because you're inside of there? Oops, I put that in the wrong spot. It is, I guess, because, okay, that's fine. So if we're going to capture the paren or the square brackets, then we do that, right? Damn it. No. Undo. Wait, what did you get? Oh, it was right. I just did. It's not connection data. It's connection template. And then I need to 0 results. Okay. Undo that. Replace them. There we go. Okay. Then we need to do the name. Replace you with template name key. Place. Description. Template description key. We need enter message replaced with enter message key. Exit message, except for that used to be called leave message. No longer. And we'll need to fix that here in a second too. It won't be there. Exit description used to just be description. We don't have it. Oh, because I've messed up. Crap. Okay, that's all right. We'll fix it. Spot DC used to be a thing. Spot DC key. Fixed. Use DC. Use DC key. Place all. Okay. So now we need to fix this. I should just do this. Connection template template description key. That needs to be replaced with exit description key. Okay. Perfect. That'll get us a lot of the way there. We're going to need to make sure that we change the text keys here. So it's actually going to be pretty similar. Results, capture group, escape, the square bracket, one or more numbers, escape the square bracket, close the paren, escape the square bracket, text UUID, escape the square bracket that's closed. We're going to replace this with results 1, and then template ID key. Name, template name key. Description, which I have spelled incorrectly. This is not template description. This is going to be exit description key. Enter message enter message key. Right? Yes. This used to be leave message. Leave message key. Nope. Screwed up. Exit message key. Spot DC. Spot DC key. Use DC. Use DC key. Okay. I think that's going to fix the broken, but I shouldn't do that. It's going to leave a gap in our test that we need to go fix up. Hello? Can you? There we go. Okay, so our load. And that's because enter message, exit description. 8. Template name key. What? Oh, this is fallout from my oops. Object description. Should be exit description now. Oops, right? And this is going to be the same problem. Oops, not you. You. Exit description key. Test data. Connection template exit description key. Wait, no, that should be. Did I? You should be exit description. Because I messed up this. Even while the tests are broken, they still saved us. Or while they're in the middle of being refactored, I guess I should say. Okay. Exit description is exit description key as string. Exit description key should be exit description. So what? Let's make sure exit underscore description. Yes. You did rerun with the new stuff, right? Yeah. Okay, something else is still broken. So object, oh, yep. That's that. We need to add the object description still. So that should fix the first one. Down here. Okay, results. Connection template, exit description key. Should be test data, exit description key. Well, string start the same, but the actual value is missing the fall. Oh, well, no. Actual. What? Let's see here. We load you from our test data. Exit description. That. What am I overlooking here? And this one we load and then write and then read the raw data. Sitting and thinking, do MUDs even have maps? Of course they do. People wrote mappers for ones that didn't in the early days, but there is still the map data, right? Let's see here. Exit description. That wouldn't have mattered. Which one of you lacks it? Let's start there, I suppose. Let's see here. Results 0. Exit description is not there. Okay. Something has gone awry. In the unmarshal. Does the second one? No, you don't have an exit description either. Okay. Why not? That's interesting. Is there something in load that I broke? I wonder. I would expect other things to be failing if that was the case, though. 186, here you are. So we load you. Save items, okay. Load items. Read a string, decode it from JSON. Action template data. Oh, I was in the wrong one. Duh. So we create a connection template. This is why. Exit description key. It's because we create them wrong. This is Fallout from the rename. This is exit description. We're going to put you down here because that's where you live in the actual data. All right, that should fix that. Perfect. We do need to add tests though for that description data. What did pasted instead of saving? Silly me. we need to add this to basically all of them that do the file operations. So we're ID, name, and then it's basically this, but description key, and it's going to be object description. Like so. So this is object 0. We need to do name, object 1. We're going to put you down here where you belong after the message. Same with this. Just to help myself out in the future to do the thing I should have done in the start. Write them to file. That's going to be, you are going to go live down here. And the same is true for you. Like so. And then after the name key, we're going to compare these. Okay. These two tests should still pass now. Of course not. Why would that work? Oh, because I have forgotten this. Okay. This one should pass now for sure. I must have overlooked something else in the other one. No? Template description key. Because we don't write. That's right. Duh. Object description, test data, add an index. We'll need to make sure we fix connection template description key. Make sure to fix that. Okay. If we write the correct data, then we can test the data correctly. There we go. Now, up here, what did I forget? I forgot to change the index is what I forgot. That's 1 description key, and then this is 0. Wait, hang on. I'm in the wrong test. 0 description key. Template name, object description, template description key, test data 1, result 1. Oh, that's what I forgot, I bet. No, result 1, test data 0. This is result 2, result 2. There we go. New template. Object description, starting description. This exit description. That starting template description. Exit description. Object description. Updated object description. And then we swappy. Ooh, no, that can stay. We just need to add a check for exit description. Same here. Make sure to change you. Oop. Okay, that didn't get updated. Let's see here. Items. Update item. Because we add you or we replace you. Oh, wait, hang on. That's just a copy paste error. This is new template. Silly me. Perfect. New duplicate name. So we need that. That. And then we do the same thing over. We really only care about oh, right, okay. We should change these just to be to do our due diligence. Just so they're different from one another. And then you, I should have copied you. Change that, change that. And then make sure that nothing gets mangled. Okay. I should do the same thing here. We expect you to have a different name. So we create you with one. That. This I can actually just do. Exit description. To exit description. 3 exit description. Perfect. Make sure everything's still happy. Update to a duplicate name. Let's see. Ah, right. This is for when we try to update a thing to a name that already exists. So we're still good. We're just expecting... Oop. That's 2. This is 3. We're just expecting that it updates correctly with a different name and doesn't mangle the data. So we're still good here, actually. Result 1, exit, test template, perfect. Exit message, boop, same deal. Result 2, test template 2. Exit message, boop, result 3, test template 3. Don't want our data to be mangled. I don't know what that was. Resuming isolate? Weird. I've seen it a couple times. I should dig into guard error resuming isolate. I'm not pausing anything. I think this is an IDE error. That's the only async happening here is in the Dart test framework. Anyway, let's power through here. Exit message is right here. We need exit description. Did I do that up there or did I forget? I think I forgot. In which case they'd be empty strings, so that's why they're passing. I did forget. That's fine. Oop. 2, 1. Should still be passing, but we'll do our due diligence. Don't want to mangle the data and have to go digging through all of this to figure out where it got mangled when we can test it and know that it's good. Exit message. Okay, so we're here and it will have overwritten. Exit description. Result 1 should be that. Result 2 should still be that. Result 3 should still be that. Okay, perfect. Deleting, we can have an exit. We left this because it just didn't matter. I just wanted a data object. Let's just make it nicer. So it's easier when we come and read it. Okay. Think we're good there on fixing all these tests I just broke. Template name to duplicate. Previous count usable. Didn't skip you, did I? Exit description. Description. Okay, we're good. Exit description is tested. Exit description is populated. Exit description is tested. It is populated. Exit description is tested. It is populated. Exit description is populated and tested. Exit description is not populated. Exit description is not tested either. I missed one. Okay. That's why we checked. Exit description is populated. Exit description is tested. Both places. And then you, exit description is tested. Both places. Okay. So, let's close that. I'm done with that. Let's rerun this just one last time to be sure, because we did change things. Okay. This should all come back passing meow. No. I don't like that at all. Connection template model. Oh, the model test. Crap. Okay. I'm going to fix these tomorrow. I'm going for almost 5 hours. It's gonna be time to go get some lunch. So to do, fix these with the updated names for keys. But thank you for hanging out with me, those of you who did. It was good to meet you, those of you who are new. Good to see you, those of you who are returning viewers. If you like this kind of thing, I would love to see you again. I do this roughly 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending on Monday. So come back tomorrow around 10 a.m. Central Time, and I should be doing more of it, and I'd love to see you again. And if not,